Hello. It is time to track. So today is getting the hearing has all been set up. Memories are being saved, in theory. I haven't actually tested it yet, so I don't know if they're actually working. They should be. Hey, Yulia. And now it is going to be getting them to, actually, I was going to say it's going to be getting their goals to work. But actually, the player isn't even playing any sound yet. So, I'm not actually not quite there yet. So, hearing sense is kind of done, but I actually want them to, there's no longer an AI to do here. This is going to be, what is this? It's, what step sounds? Is what I'm doing right now. I think I'm just going to keep it really simple. And everywhere is just going to be... Okay. I have a ground. The player does... Not a player. The character base does give me the ground. So I need to set up walking sound resources for grass and default. As soon as I start, he starts doing that. Okay. So the idea there is pretty much just having like a resource that every time I play, it picks a random sound from a list. Probably with odds. This is a bit too loud. And still a bit too loud. Just playing the sound, right? Picking a random sound and playing it. And yeah, I'll set it up so I can do odds. So I can do weighted odds. So default, everything starts at like 1. And I can add 2 to something. So if I have a 1 and I have a 2 odd thing, then the 1 plays a third of the time and the 2 plays 2/3 of the time. That kind of setup. Set up walking sound resources for grass and default, which is basically just concrete. Then attach somehow I have to figure out how to set it up so that surfaces have sound groups, right? Attach sound groups to walkable surfaces. So what I can do is I can read the ground details. I can literally read the object that I am standing on. I can just open this really quick and look at it to show what would happen. Why did dynamic day just open? What? Weird. So if I go here, I get this, I get a ground state, so at least I know if I'm on the ground. But most importantly, I get these ground details. It gives me the normal, basically just the angle of the surface that I'm standing on. Position. I think this is the position that I was in contact with the ground. And velocity is the velocity of the ground body itself. So in theory, this will support platforms, but I don't think I'm going to have any moving platforms. I mean, I actually have the truck. I actually have vehicles, so technically I do have moving platforms, so I'll have to figure that out. But body is going to be the most important thing. Basically, I'll have the object that I'm standing on, and I'll be able to pull from that groups, and those groups will contain sound groups. So those should have like some kind of like special, a special global group, I guess, like sound, grass, sound, concrete, or just like sound terrain. Maybe from sound terrain it will do more reading, so it can get the actual texture that I'm walking on. So when I'm walking on dirt, it'll play a dirt sound. When I'm on grass, it'll play a grass sound. That's more for the future though. For now, everything on terrain is gonna have one sound, and everything else will just be default, which is concrete. So add sound groups to walkable surfaces, and then attach a positional audio player to characters to play sounds from ground when walking. And then it'll be some kind of special script here to play footstep sound. I could tie it to animation. That'd probably be best. So on the walking animations, I can add event calls that says, like, you know, when you contact the ground, play the surface sound. Animation for zombies, and for the player, I'm still thinking I'm not gonna have I don't know. I'm not entirely sure for the player yet. For the player, just do speed accumulator to play footsteps. So essentially, I'd be counting on the frame rate, and after some amount of time, I would play the footstep sound. Yeah, I think that I'm thinking about the case where that would definitely be something that has to go onto physics process, because that's where sounds are read. That's where I should only be writing sounds to. Yeah, I think I'll have to figure something out for that. That's a networking thing in the future. I'm pretty sure process runs first, and then physics process goes multi-threaded and it runs after process runs. But I guess I'm not entirely sure. I seem to be very bright. You good? It's just such a sharp contrast. I can't really do much about that. Besides closing my window. But the sun is like behind clouds right now, so it's not even that bad. I kind of like it. You're planning a late stream or late by accident? Well, yesterday I was asked to do something this morning. So yesterday there was no plan. And I thought, oh, well, I might be back early enough that I can start at a normal time. I say normal. It would have been like 10 o'clock. And I said, you know what, let me just try a late stream today. So that's what I'm doing. When I started, I was doing like 11, 12 hours. Which I don't know how I was able to do that, honestly. Because I feel like now it's I struggle to get past 6. I would have breakfast, not breakfast, I would have lunch and dinner on stream. So it's been a while since I've had dinner on stream. What was I talking about? I don't even know. And then I feel like what I want to do. Oh yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna do this right now. Rework position. So what I want to happen to play on process, but submit sound played in physics process. So yeah, because I was thinking about how I could do this and I just figured it out. I just want to like queue. I want as much like logical stuff that's happening to be on the physics process, but as much like immediate feedback happening in the regular process. So your frame rates, I'm not really sure. I think what I could do, here's an idea. Some kind of timer that is incrementing on the physics process. So every time we call a physics process, we'll use that delta time. But then in the regular process, we're using a more precise delta. So one timer I could be checking, I can be updating in process or getting its value in process, but then also getting its value in physics process, and those two not overlapping or not like competing with each other. Why would I do that? I forgot, but cool idea. Good idea, I think. Anyway, what I want to do here is I play a sound. I'm going to be very particular about this. I have to play it. Well, okay. I can play it from physics process or regular process. So I guess let me check here. I think it's like engine is physics, is in physics frame. Prince false, Prince true. Good. Okay. Brilliant one, Olmec. Thank you, Olmec. Yeah, exactly. Essentially, the idea with that is the real timer is always bound to the physics process delta. But I can access that timer in process and it's going to be as accurate as your frame rate. So essentially, if your frame rate's really crap and it's actually slower than physics process, we're still going to update, we're still going to do the physics stuff at their correct times. So the idea is essentially like if I play a footstep sound, if it happens to be that physics process is getting the right time, then we do something in physics. If regular process gets the right time, then we do something in regular process. And we defer some other extra stuff that I still want to happen in physics. So essentially what I'm doing here is I want to keep a queue of sounds to send. So I'm only doing, what is it, this part in the physics process. And I'm going to enforce that here. Godot should really add like defines. They really should. I would love to just have code be deleted when I run a release build. That'd be so nice. If engine frame is in physics frame. If we're not in a physics frame, this is an error. I only want to be writing this in physics frames. You're asking for too much? They could do it. I'm sure they have a proposal for it. They really should. I can't even find it right now. Okay. Is there anything else that I should not have here? I mean, this is only reading, so I guess this is fine to do in both places. I'm pretty sure process happens and then physics happens. They never happen at the same time. So I'm pretty sure there's no such thing as like having a race condition here. Unless your condition expects that you do process, then physics, then process, then physics, then you're definitely going to get a problem. 78. Someone replied that he can't even see any dog. He didn't look hard enough. One sec. The dog is actually barking right now. I'm back. Oh, what was I just about to do? I was looking at get sounds to see if I need to limit this one. This does iterate. I mean, okay. Here's what I said, right? I said there's no way that these happen at the same time. So there's not a way that I could be reading from sound and writing to it from somewhere else. Unless I use my own thread stuff, and then I actually need to like worry about that. But it always happens process, physics process. There can be several process in between physics, but they never happen at the same time. So it's actually totally fine for me to read from it whenever I want. There's no way I can write to it at the same time. Like I said, unless I make my own thread, then I gotta worry about that. But I do want to prevent myself from calling sound played outside of a physics frame. That should be physics only. The idea with that is when networking comes in, keeping a consistent tick rate, and pretty much I'm operating under the assumption that putting gameplay affecting logic into physics process is going to make it way easier for me to make it networking, add networking in multiplayer in the future. If the game does well enough that that I can actually do that. Or, you know, not do that. Okay. Okay, then if I'm in physics, I'll do that. If I'm in physics, I can do that. And then somehow I need to queue this up if I'm not in physics. Now it's possible in Crazy World that something about the quality, something about the settings of this sound when played in process ends up changing during physics process. So I should really save as much of this as possible. Here is kind of an issue. So say I have a loudness that changes depending on where the player is. All right. Let me think about when this actually happens. What I was wanting to do here is what am I trying to do here? You know what, let me just say this. Let me just say, this is more just preparing for the future. I don't even know of a case right now where I actually have a need to play a sound from process that doesn't depend on information I can only get during the physics process. So currently it's footsteps. I only know when I want to play a footstep after I've moved the character. That's when I know. Here's a good question. Do I play the sound where a character currently is or after I've moved them? Probably after I've moved them, right? Sound is a bit weird. It's a bit different from visual stuff where I had turning and moving in a particular order, where I have to move and then I can turn, instead of turning and then moving. Turning and then moving makes it look like characters slide, because they appear to like move sideways from where they were and then they turn. I mean, I say and then they turn, but you know, it's the difference between like being here, try to model it, being here, teleporting here, or being here and teleporting here. Awful visual, to be honest, but for sounds, when does a sound play? A sound should play. Okay, here's, like I said, here's the thing about sound. We definitely see things. I mean, even in physics, we literally see things from our computer before a sound sent at the same exact time makes it to our ears. Basically, just because of the small distance that there is between like whatever device you're listening from and the actual mechanism of how you hear. That distance is long enough that the light from your screen reaches your eyes before sound, even from my headphones, is sound played from my headphone actually reaches my ear. So if I'm playing sounds in the physics tick, which it may be that the delay is noticeable. The difference. Yeah. Okay. There's also a thing where our mind is pretty good at lining things up in time if they're close enough together. So given all of that, it may even be that playing a sound up to, like, if I'm playing a game at 200 FPS and the sound is running at 60 FPS, it's possible that you literally can't tell the difference. The slight gaps in timing there, because we just have this kind of built-in correction for that. You know, you see someone like shouting at you from like some distance away. There is a real delay between hearing them and what you see that your brain kind of accounts for and fixes for you, so you're not even aware that that delay is there. All right, well, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. All right. Ramble, yada yada. I'm basically just gonna say, how do I actually defer something to the process? Oh, I know how to do it. There's a signal. There's actually a signal. I think it's gonna give it to me. Okay, it did not. Stupid AI. I actually know how to do it. There is a signal that runs. Is it an engine? I think it's the tree. Dude, I am being whited out by the sun. That just makes it brighter. Yeah, I gotta close a window. Tough. Now I am in darkness. Alright, there we go. I don't want to be a ginger anymore. You actually have a long beard, but I can barely see it because of the color. It's not that long. I think it's like, I think it is like get tree. Physics frame. So this physics frame. What about process frame? There we go. Connect. This to be global. Global world sound played. Find. Self. Max loudness. One shot. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Can I just do process frame? No, it is tree process frame. Oh no, not process frame. Physics frame. There we go. So we'll defer it. Similar thing here, but it's gonna be sound get loudness. Someone asked, why am I single? I think I'm hot. That's a good thing to think. Actually, it would be nice if this could be a bit shorter. Like I could just have a global world dot call physics. And then I would pass the method, so I'd pass global world sound played, and then I would pass all the arguments that I want to provide to that. I could do that, can't I? They have... Let me do this. Are you going to do a realistic art style or semi like DayZ? I don't know yet. I do have... I mean, the grass here, if you look at it, it's obviously very pixelated. Make it to a spot that's not, like, overlapping. So I definitely want this pixel look to everything. It also happens to really help with frame rate when you do that. But I don't know yet. I did just watch a video of a game this morning that I really like. I'm actually gonna show it right now. It's really cool. A Metal Garden. This game. I think this is really cool. Definitely not with this lack of color. Like literally the most saturation in the game is probably like these leaves, and they're still like super gray. This game I think looks awesome. I think this is pretty close to what I want mine to look like. I say close. How do I say it? The look of this. I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to like figure out like what exactly from this I'm like would use, but because this is like what is this like super distant future game? I think is the style, you know, the guns are like crazy looking. I don't know. I want mine to look pretty, you know, like a natural world. But not like you can walk up to a wall and you can count the pixels, right? Like you can look at the ground and you can see the pixels. This guy is not very, he kind of sticks out a bit. I mean, I did drop the resolution of the textures quite a bit, so you can still like see it. But I might say he's not low res enough. I might say. Also, definitely not intended to be this low res either. I just noticed it for the first time. These shoelaces are really detailed. You for 2000 Counter-Strike 1.5 style. Well, the thing is, I like, so right now, let me fly over here. Let me go this way. I like how the world looks right here. I like the color already in the atmosphere. I really do want to get weather in there. I want some days to be dark, for sure, and cloudy, like the natural world. Some days will be bright and clear. Maybe even some rain sometimes. Maybe a thunderstorm that lasts the whole day. So it's actually dark literally the entire day. But I guess the way this looks right now, this would be like the clearest day that happens. Right, there's almost no fog. I do think the sky is pretty hazy. I still have to... The sky, I think, is never going to be done until the day it's done. But the way this looks right now, I really like this. I want there to be color. And the weather can give you those days of, you know, dull color. And I kind of interrupted myself and didn't finish my thought. With this guy's pants here, you see the pixels that are like the, whatever it is, the threading on the pants. What I'd want to do is... I mean, actually, let me see what this looks like right now if I do this. This is like super off topic. But I just realized his shader is not on nearest. It is by linear filtering right now. I want to see what it looks like if he's not on that kind of filtering. Where would it be? Is it under skeleton, mesh? Yeah. Where would this be? Where would this be? Is it on texture? Sampling, there we go. Nearest bitmap. Okay. And then his clothing. Awesome. Huge. Now, that specular looks nuts, actually. Why does it look like that? Is that correct? This is on the skin. Yeah, I think it was a little bit, I might have had it a little bit crazy. Anyway, I just wanted to look at that really quick. I like that, though. I was going to say, he definitely stands out because of that. So, yeah. Definitely what I would do is... I wouldn't use a texture that's been downscaled. I'd actually want the texture to be at its... be authored at its proper scale. Because... I mean, it looks nice. I will say it still looks nice, I guess, because it's just high enough detail that it doesn't look too crazy. Yeah, this is really awesome, though. He fits a lot better now with the world. Something's wrong with the belt. Oh, you know what? I think these metal pieces are... the textures are broken. That's what's happening. Does he have any metal elsewhere? His belt bucket is metal, and these shoe rings are metal, but they're pitch black. I feel like that used to work. I don't know. I feel like I would have seen that the first time I loaded him in and been like, oh, that's wrong. I don't know, maybe this is like good still. Like you have a higher resolution texture that you downsample like crazy, and then you don't use linear filtering. Why does he look pale now? He looks a lot paler. The blood looks awesome. Okay. Anyway, that was a little bit of a distraction. Let me go and send that though. Why did that change? I don't think that should have changed. His mesh changed. Definitely not. His mesh should not have changed. Oh, wait. Or the mesh did change then. Never mind. Okay. So then the zombie scene shouldn't have changed. I'm expecting to see nothing here but random transforms. Yeah, just stupid stuff. Texture filtering, I dropped the metallic specular. I'm being blinded. Yeah, that should be it. Cool. All right. Okay. So in global world, yeah, just pass it straight through. All right, let me leave it to do here. Okay. And I'll go and send that, I think. If we're not in the physics frame, it's an error. And then here, if we're not in the physics frame, bind that to the next physics frame. That should be correct, right? Sound played, bind, self, sound, get loudness. Sound played, self, max loudness. Yeah, that should all be right. Cool. Then I'll add that before I start. Cool. Nice. Okay. So now I need a resource. I need this first, I think. A resource type for sound that I can pick a random sound from a big list. How will I do this? So I'd like it to be saved as an array, but it has to have, it needs to be in like pairs. So I have a sound and then I have like a value associated with that sound on how like rare or common it is. So sound, resource, random. I feel like variable is the right name for the type where I pick a random volume and, or I guess like a variable volume and pitch and offset. And I've been thinking about random, and I feel like random is too confusing with that. Oh, okay, choice. It should be sound resource choice. There we go. Yeah. So this one, essentially what I need to do is every time I call get stream, I need to pick a random stream from a list of streams that I have loaded. And then set my values so when I call get volume, get pitch. Well, actually, no, this is a container type. Never mind. I'm not going to mask it like that. I do something unique for layered. Whenever I have a sound resource layered, I know that I have a certain way to process that. Same way for sound resource choice. I'd have a function that basically says get or pick sound and will return one of the nested sound resources. Yep. I will need this. And then I will need this header pretty much. Tools needed to hide the file value. Sound resource choice. Special sound resource that picks a random sound from a set. I could use the I could do something a bit special. So, let me show an example. This? Okay, not quite that. Well, essentially my idea here was that it would have this, like an add element button. And when I click that, it puts 2 new properties on the list. So it'd say like sound 5 or whatever, and then it would give you an integer value for the probability. Why you say so late? No, I was not doing that. Just a late stream today. I'm gonna try to go for the normal time, but later in the day. I know one thing that I can do. I can use a dictionary. The keys can be the sound resource, and the value can be an integer. That would work. I was tweaking my zombie AI today, trying to make them avoid each other. You're doing zombies? Don't teach. I don't know if you ever mentioned what kind of enemies you were making. I just assumed that they were like generic enemies that would probably shoot back at you or something. Not generic, I mean, but not zombies. Yeah. I'm just gonna do that. Will it be the same as that? I guess it'll just be choices. All right, let me see what happens when I try to do this. I guess I can open the pistol or something and mess with that. Well, actually, since I'm doing it, I can just make it now. Yeah, what am I thinking? I can just make it now. So, grass, audio. Am I putting this in data? I guess I am. We'll make different enemies, just want to get the basics. Yeah. You know what? I feel like it doesn't really make sense to split it that far. I think sound being here is fine. I could have, so I do have this. I have sound resource layered, and then I have sound resource weapon, which extends layered, which overrides this get sounds method. I could do something like that for the ground, because I do have a need for essentially saying, all right, play a jump on grass, right? Play a run on concrete. I feel like that's how I would like to do that. Play a land on dirt, right? And I would have like one resource that contains all that. Not necessarily, but I would say like, all right, here's my grass group, here's my concrete group, here's my whatever group. Let me think about that. That'd make it nice. It'd make it nice and easy, I think, from the programming side, if that's how I called it. Dev time wasted for going outside. Right. So I definitely want, from like an API standpoint, to just say, play movement sound grass walking, play movement sound grass running, concrete jumping, concrete landing. That would be nice. That'd be really nice. Now how do I set that up? I guess what I would do is I would pass in two string names. So it'd be a function that accepts the group name and then the action or the sound name. Okay, I've got it. So what I would do is that I have a resource that has keys to string keys to sound resource values. And I could use nested keys, so I could have a string key to a sound resource, which also contains string keys to sound resources. So I'm just going to keep it simple. It's going to be called sound resource map. Good old maps. Hash maps. So I'll just call this sound map. Deployed manhunt to mobile. So this will be pretty simple. It'll just be get sound return sound map get name. Very simple. Very, very simple. And then layered, I want to go ahead and put all these up so that we're not doing this. What's the loudness? That's not how it works. This won't have a loudness like that. What does sound resource have? Sound resource does have a loudness. Let me actually pull all these off. Resource choice. None of these make sense to have. For choice and map. Choice maybe makes... No, choice doesn't make sense. Choice does not make sense. Okay, you know what? Choice can have volume, but map will not. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, let me say map has none of this. Does choice have any of this? I don't think choice should have any of this either. Neither choice nor map should have any of this. So base volume. Const hidden file. Whoops. Yeah, that's Python, right? Yeah, that's Python. And then can overlap. None of those should show up. My PC is something I've been neglecting for too long. All right. Very cool. All this stuff is hidden. So here I will have pick sound, just returns a sound resource. And of course I need to I guess essentially what I could do is I could sum up how would I do this? Dictionary doesn't give me anything, right? No such thing as a signal that tells me when it's been changed. Yeah. I'll just start with this. I really don't know how. I wish there was a way to know when things like these were changed. Because nothing stops some other script from just like getting this and like calling choices.set and changing a value without me knowing about it. Without this script knowing about it. Really sucks. So I have the idea of how I will do this. And I think it's a pretty cool way, if I do say so myself. So I need the sum though. I guess I should just check this -1. So I just set sum to 0 and then go through every single value. And then we're done. So essentially what this is going to do is it's going to go through every single key. Okay. It picks a random number between 0 and the sum. Is that right? And then we start going through every key value pair and adding that number in the value to a counter. And once the counter passes our randomly picked value between 0 and the full sum, or equals it, then we found our entry. So if you have 3 items, they're all 1, 1, and 1. Total is 3. So I'd read the first value, add 1. I pick a random number between 0 and 3. I guess it would actually be a random number between 1 and 3, right? So let's say I pick 3. I read the first value. My counter increments by that amount. So I get 1. So now my counter is 1. It's not... This value is not greater than or equal to the chosen value, which I said is going to be 3. Read the second value. My counter goes up to 2. It's still not greater than or equal to my chosen value. Then the third one, I read 3. I add 3. Now it's equal to my chosen value, so that's the key that I return. If I have 1 and 2, and I pick the number 2, I'd read 1 first. That's not greater than or equal to my chosen number of 2. Then I read 2, so I add, my counter goes up to 3. This is now greater than my chosen value of 2, so that value is the one that I return. So it's essentially saying, it's essentially like a ticket system, I guess. I hand out tickets to everyone, and I pick a random ticket number, and I pretty much call that number. Although some people can have more than one ticket. Whoever has that number is the one that I return. Essentially the idea. This should be inclusive, right? From and to inclusive. This will be one and some. And I guess you do here if choices is empty, return null. If choices size is equal to 1, then I can just return the first thing. This also means that anything with a 0 will never be picked. So if I just have to make sure that when I am plugging in values, I'm limiting myself like that. I think there's a way that I can enforce a range on this value with custom. I think I can do that. Let me check, because then I want to do that right now and enforce that my integer value is 0 or greater. I think 0 should just be an option in case I wanted to disable a choice but still leave it in the list, and I could enable the choice by adding 1 or just setting it to a value other than 0. Okay, so let's go to export. This one's got a link here. Webpage crashed. There we go. Export custom. Because there's a way to say, like, I want an array of integers, but I want them all to be a certain size. So there should be something like dictionary type. Use the hint string format. Cool. So yeah, this is what I want. Dictionary type, and then I can get I can do this. So I should be able to do something like type string, and then have like two-dimensional array of floats. Probably is a dictionary. Show elements. Same as array with that separating the key and value type. Okay. So yeah, then I should be able to do this. Type int range and then that, essentially. Gonna have to get fancy here. Sorry, sound resource? Ooh. I should have to do something like... Oh, what is it? Something like telling it that this is a resource value. It's like type object. Oh, there it is. Type object. Yeah, okay. Resource type. Sound resource. Was like this. Should be colon, wait, what? Element type. Type that, and then %e, %s. That's right. Type that, %e, %s. Yep. Then I would have, actually, can I do the argument 2 of export isn't a constant expression? What do you mean it's not a constant expression? Of course it's a constant expression. Why would they show it like that if I can't? Wait, what? What? Why would they demonstrate it this way if I can't write it like that? That's stupid. How is that not a constant expression? What? What now? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Okay, I can't even up with that. Yeah, that's actually kind of ridiculous that they show that, and then you cannot actually write that. All right, Danilin. Also, yeah, I'm messing this up. It's supposed to be a forward slash. How are you supposed to do this? What are a const hint string is equal to this? And I can do hint string. Assigned value for constant isn't a constant expression. Oh, really? Yeah, they're not. Well, you suck. I gotta leave like a comment in here then. So this should be type object, which is 24, 24, 17, sound resource. And then I would have type int. Does that work? That works. Type int 2 17, or no, not 17. Range 1, 0 to, I guess 100, a step of 1 or greater. And then all this will just be commented out by hand because Godot does it in a really dumb way. Cool. All right. If we have one choice, we just return it. Otherwise, now we can go through and do the cool thing. How do you... I want to see how you properly iterate a dictionary. How do you do this? Okay, so when you do that, you get keys already. Well, okay. This needs to be an ordered dictionary. I just realized that. How do I enforce this to be an ordered dictionary? I could have sorted. I could have assorted keys. So what this means is I could have a list with the biggest numbers first. So I do the fewest. The result would always be the same. Say I have two sounds. One has a value of 100, the other one has a value of 1. The first counter, the first choice to make, so that it would range from 1 to 101. So between 1 and 100 is going to be the first sound. Let's actually say this. I have sound 1 is 1,000, and then I have 100 sounds after it that are all valued at 1. So overwhelmingly, it's most likely that the very first sound is always going to be returned. So if I have a sorted keys, which is sorted by their values highest to lowest, I will do the fewest loops through every sound by checking the most common, the most likely ones to happen first, right? Can I actually do like choices sort? Is that a... Sort. What does this do? Yeah, okay. That's what I want. I actually can just do sort, and it sorts lowest to highest. Which I would like it to... It'd be nice if I could do a custom sort, but I guess they don't give me that. Can I really not do a custom sort? By key? No, I want to sort by value. This is silly. Alright, let me look for this. Godot sort dictionary by values custom. What do you think? Yeah, you're dumb. Yeah, you're dumb. You don't know what you're doing. Dictionaries are unsorted. Lie. Lie. Actually lie. You just actually lied. Okay. Dictionaries are unsorted. They're sorted. The proposal was even like a year before the question was asked. Whatever. Alright, so I have to do some kind of custom sort, I guess. Also, wait, did I discover that sound resources, even though they have an RID, they actually don't have a value? Did I discover that? Is that a true thing? It's probably not going to let me run this, is it? No, it should. I'm not making those resources that have bugs in them, so. Sound RID. Invalid RID. Yeah. Okay, so that's gotta be a to-do. It's actually like a critical to do, isn't it? Yeah, so that's a problem. I need to make sure I write that down. Where is this? Positional audio player play sound. Okay. This avoidance thing is so annoying. Yeah, Godot's got a weird system. When I get there, I'm actually going to make a wrapper that's around like the navigation agent that just keeps track of objects that it wants to avoid, and then right before it queries the navigation server, it adds all those objects to like a random mask layer, sets its avoidance to that layer, then calls it, and then resets everything back to 0 just for that call. Yeah, for sound in choices. Choices, get sound. As equal to sound. Subtract 1. Okay. That's your dinner? No, that's a snack. Technically, I had breakfast at like 11. So I might actually do like... I might eat something again soon. A bit larger meal. Or a meal or something. I don't know. I don't know. Make it a new list. Resize it to the size of this. Start at the last index because we're going to write it in reverse. Because they are currently sorted from the smallest value to the largest value. No, these are sorted by key. Can't even do that. We'll see. I'll eat when I feel hungry. Today's just a bit of a weird day. A really nice day though, but a little bit weird for eating. So I'm just planning on eating whenever I get hungry. Sunday. Yeah. Damn. Alright, so what I have to do is I can compute the sum in this first run. But what I have to do is this is what I can do. Okay. I can leave sorted keys like this. Array. I'm gonna do it like this. So resize that. I need a temporary value. To sort will be a multi-dimensional array. And since I'm doing this so many times, I'm gonna go and get the size. It's gonna drive me crazy. How many times I'm writing this? So collect key values in a paired array. One sec, I'll be right back. That was weird. I muted my mic right as the music stopped, and I thought I broke something. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. So we're collecting the keys and values in an array of pairs. Value pairs in an array. I don't need that yet. Go down there. And I can say for sound and choices, doesn't matter what I'm really doing here. I can get the sum right away, so that stays there. Then to sort. Okay, I do actually need I though. And down here, I'll just set it to size -1. Okay, I'm going to leave that out. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with that yet. To sort I will be equal to the key in the sound and value int will be this. Sound and the value, right? So now what I will do is I will do to sort custom. So this returns, I think it takes an A and a B and it returns a positive value. But I know that I'm not going to be using this one. Actually, I'm using both, yeah. So A and B, and it should probably be returning an int. Sort ascending, oh, it returns true if the first element should be moved before the second one. Returns true if A comes before B. Weird. Weird, but sure. If A comes before B, return true. A1 is greater than B1. So A comes before B when A1 is greater than B1. Cool. Sorting algorithm is not stable. That's fine. It doesn't actually change anything because of ticket systems. I just want this sorting so that, I mean, this is already not stable because I'm iterating through a dictionary and the order is technically not guaranteed. At least probably until I call sort, the order is not guaranteed. This is just to allow myself to do fewer checks, fewer loops through the array by checking the biggest ones first. So now these are all sorted. I go back through these. For pair in the sort, I can just do sorted keys. I is equal to 0 again. Sorted keys I would be pair 0. I add 1. And then I also needs to be add 1 here. Okay, so now I've got assorted keys, biggest ones first. So then I can go through my sorted keys for sound and sorted. Let me actually rename this to be sorted sounds. It's definitely a better name instead of sorted keys. Okay. We can add to our counter. And then if the counter... Oh. Actually, I guess I can just track it like this. I would subtract from the counter. And if a counter is less than or equal to 0, then we found our element. And if somehow we get through everything, then this is an error. So if there's one element and it's 100 and my counter picks 100, the maximum value, sum is inclusive, 2 is inclusive, good. Can it be 100 minus 100? It becomes 0. It could also become negative. So I could pick, let's say that I pick the number 1 and the first key I read is 3, or the first key I read is, yeah, just first key I read is 3. It'd be 1 minus 3, negative 2. It would be negative, and that's the one that we want to return. Okay. This is actually going to be an error. Sun resource choice failed to locate chosen tickets. Let me go and cache it. Just for dev. Then unfortunately I do have to return null. I guess it could actually default to the last one. Sure. Alright, that one seems good to me. So now I'm looking at map, which map is super simple. I would like to do something like grass walk, like that. I would say get sound grass / walk. So what would happen is if I have one of these in here and grass returns a map, then I can query for walk and return walk, right? And I will not use recursion for this. I will, I mean, actually, I guess I can. Nah, there's no need. There's no need. Let me do this. If name contains a slash, then I'm going to do this. Okay, let me say if name does not contain that, return this. Cool. Search for nested sound resource. Using this iteration method, which, what was it? I saw it somewhere on one of their things where they said you should use iteration instead of recursion. I'm like, yeah, I probably should. So I may as well. And this is how most hash maps do nested stuff like this anyway. They don't keep recursively calling it. They use iteration on their side. In a single function, so you're not adding to the stack. Allow empty true max split. Just do it like that. Let's not do anything else. Just to verify. Okay. So we're just getting the... And I guess I would reverse this, actually. Actually, how would I do this? Yeah, I think I should reverse this. Does this do it in place? It returns void. Yeah. Well, that's nice. It doesn't make a copy then. It just reverses it in place. Cool. So I do while keys is empty. Well, we have keys to look for. So first thing I do is I do I will do map get keys back, get the last item. If value is a sound resource map, actually I guess I'd say if not value, return null. If the value is a resource map, then I will do map equals value and keys pop back. I can just write continue. Otherwise, I'm done. Return value. And then I guess I would say for dev only, delete later, just do a quick check. If keys size is greater than 1, then I have an issue. So I don't know the path because I am modifying it. Actually, I guess I have name. Never mind. It's not a sound resource map at right. So if you get here and we still have like one more to check, then we know that the one that we just got is not a map, which is a problem. So we print the full path, and then we print the one that we just checked, which was not a resource map. Otherwise, I return value, and then I guess down here I just return null. Can't get anything else. Which would actually be impossible, because I mean, I guess we can remove it. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I guess this would actually just be returning map. Yeah, okay. That would have been a bad error to debug. A bad one to debug, I think, if I didn't catch that. Because if I say get grass, okay, well, if I say get grass jump, which happens to be a map or something like that, which is like jump, land, jump, start, or something like that, which I guess is a way to organize it. That would be a problem. Great. Yeah. Pretty great. Because then I would empty the array at this point, and this would be a false statement. And then I would get back here, and I would just know that map is what I wanted to return. So I guess I could call like get with a /, and it would just return itself. Which would be funny. You're awesome. Okay, that's that. Choice is done, map is done. Using iteration instead of recursion. Very cool. Now, I guess I could build the resource. I could go to grass and make the thing. Footsteps, grass. All right, so here's what I'd want to do. How would I organize this? Let's say I have two different types of footsteps for some reason. How would I organize that? Would I say grass boots? Would I say boots grass? Would I say footsteps boots, footsteps heels? I don't know. Heels grass? Honestly, I think it just makes sense to do it right here. So, sound resource map. I will call it footsteps. So we'll call it footsteps default. So this one, I need to flip the editor layout here because this is gonna be nuts to work with. Okay. So key, grass, value will be another map. This will be walk. And it will be a choice. And then I will have the plain old sound resources now. So this one, right, cool. I can't go under 0. That's great. So yeah, we'll start with walk. Oh my god. Why are there 50 of these? Actually, why are there so many of them? Maybe I just start with the first 10? I don't know. Can you hear that? Nice. Why does it sound like that? Sounds pretty chunky. I mean, I'm totally fine with that. Oh, here's the thing. Technically, I really don't want the same sound to play within some amount of time. So let me go back to scripting here. Essentially, I'll do it the lazy way. I was gonna say the lazy way is checking, like keeping a list of saying like don't play a sound within 2 plays, and then just keep like a sliding window of that list. And then if I pick my ticket and I reach the sound, and I can't use that one, I would use the one after that. If it's the last sound, I use the one before that. If both of those, I still can't, actually, I guess it'd be like this. Pick the next one. If I can't use that one, pick the previous one. If I also can't use that one, go down, right? And I think I'll just go stepping like that. Or I guess I would only just go forward. And if we're at the last one, then we go to the very start and we pick that sound. And if I would just keep going through the list until I reach a sound that I have not used. Yeah, I'll do that. Go back to code. Nice. Choice. So above this, I guess maybe below it, I would have export range. I guess 0 to say that I can play the same sound twice in a row. I'll say 5 or greater. Anti-repeat count. And I'll default to 2. I'll default to 3. I should really document these. The weighted choices. Use a weight of 0 to disable a choice. And then the probability of a sound is its weight over the sum of all weights. For example, to have 2 sounds with a 1/3 and 2/3 probability, you would assign them the weights of the numerator of the numerators. One and 2. There's definitely a better way to like describe that, but I think the concept is pretty simple to understand. anti-repeat count. Prevents the same sound from playing within this number of picks. Within this number of calls to pick sound. Crazy message. If this value is greater than the number of available choices, the oldest sound will be picked. This will respect sounds disabled with a weight value of 0. Okay. So we'll do this in the sorted sounds. I will do, yeah, essentially once I get here, I need to do a check. If anti-repeat count is 0, then I can just return sound. Set to 0 to disable this feature. If this value is greater than the number of available choices, the oldest sound will be picked. So otherwise, iterate and check anti-repeat. So essentially my idea here is I go through every available sound in my list going forward, keep checking it against the anti-repeat list. If it's not in the list, I return that one, and then I add it to the list. If I go through everything and I still haven't found a sound, I pick the oldest sound from the anti-repeat list and return that one. This navigation obstacle 3D is another deprecated piece of shit. It's meant to remove stuff from a nav mesh. You can't use it for dynamic avoidance, if that's what you're trying to do. It's only meant to be used when baking a nav mesh, which I'm pretty sure you're using your own pre-baked nav mesh, so it won't do anything. Yeah, you have to use the avoidance in the... You have to use the avoidance that you get from the navigation agent. You have to use this. Yeah, the navigation obstacle 3D should actually honestly work that way, which I'm pretty sure is why. Is it marked as deprecated? Because if it is, that should be why. Because they don't. It's dumb. It doesn't make sense. You have to create a nav agent and like set its size or whatever. Yeah, you have to set this stuff to do that. You have to create a new nav agent. Oh great, this stuff is back to opening randomly again. Very nice. Apparently I didn't actually save that. Great. Thanks for following Miss Eyes La Peste HF. So I need this iterate and check anti-repeat. I guess just repeat list. So what's my idea here? My idea is to have the oldest sound at the front. I mean, I'm going to be adding somewhere and removing from somewhere. And I need to keep it sorted so that the oldest sound is either at the front or the back. The front is probably the best. So I add to the back and remove from the front. What happens if I change this value while it's running? That'd be dumb. You know what, let me see if that happens. Then I'm just going to clear the list. Just making a new list. So I don't have to deal with that. Hello. And I guess I have to do a check here. If not, repeat list. I could resize it, couldn't I? I'll do that. Oh, I've actually got a great idea. This is something else I've done before. I essentially keep an index that I keep increasing, and this index marks my oldest value. I guess. So I would add to, when I add a value, I add it to the current index here, and then I increment it by 1. So this now points at the oldest value. Yep. I'm trying since yesterday to learn how to code. Twitch put you on my suggestions. Awesome. I do a lot of that. A lot of coding. Okay. So then I will do the check here if these yeah, let me do this. I need to make sure that I stop myself from repeating for looping forever. He does way too much. Yeah, maybe. I need an index. Yeah. I need an index here. For I guess I'd actually do if sorted sounds size is 1. Then do sorted sounds front. I guess I could just do sorted sound 0. Learning by practicing? Yep. So I want an index here so that I know where I started, the sound that I found, and I'm going to keep going forward until I reach that point again, and then I know repeat list was too big, so I have to pick the value currently here. And if it's null, which it could be null, I guess at that point I would scan forward until I find the first non-null value, and then I return that. By watching random people doing it. I'm doing a really crazy thing right now, so I don't know how much there is to learn at the moment. And it's going to look really bad, gotta be honest, because there's going to be nested, there's going to be like 2 nested for loops here. So I have my start point will be equal to I, what the current value is. Oh wait, what? I guess I don't do that. Start there. Find the next unused sound. And I want to increment by 1. And this will have to be moduloed by the size all the way up here. So I'm not doing this too many times. Well, start is not equal to I. Or I guess, well, no. Start is I add 1. I equals I plus 1 modulo. Well, I is not equal to our start. Jeez. Sound can be sorted sounds, I. And actually, I would just do the check here. If repeat list has. Is it has? Yeah. We don't have the sound. Repeat list ID currently points to the oldest value, or I guess the next point to insert. So repeat list ID is equal to sound. Repeat list ID. Oh, wait, would it be? I think it's actually wrap. Or is it positive modulo? Yeah. Yeah. This is what I'm looking for. Because I'm assuming that this function is going to be faster than doing an add and a modulo keyword or operator. I don't know. They say that sometimes these functions should be faster, so I'm going to trust that. We don't have it. Do all of that. Insert it. Add it. Or go to the next index. Return that one. Okay. All sounds have been used. Return oldest and re-add it. So this one currently points to the oldest sound. So what does this mean when I do the oldest sound? I guess I pick that value and then yeah, this one points to the oldest value always. Because it points to one after the most recently added one, which this way should be the oldest value. I guess it's kind of the same, isn't it? I'll just have two copies in a row. Right? Return oldest, so I'll do sound is equal to repeat list ID. Then I do while sound is equal to null. I'll keep moving forward. Anti-repeat count. And I guess I have to do start again. Actually, yeah, because if this is... Wait, how would that be possible? No, that shouldn't be possible. It's possible that the current one that we're looking at is null, but we should never get here if everything is null. You know, I'll do the check anyway. Start is equal to I. Start is equal to this value. And then I will be equal to start. Okay, so I am looking at the current value. I is equal to start. This one, let me do a wrap. This value -1 to 0 and anti-repeat count. -1. Min is inclusive while max is exclusive. Okay, so I don't need that. While sound is null, add 1. While sound is null and I does not equal start. When we stop playing games, start my welding career. Should I eat food or should I die? I think you should eat. You should eat food. If I had to weigh up those options, I think right now you probably want to eat food. Just to think 5 times. I will not be welding. I mean, you know, maybe that's not a bad job to have, I think. Sounds cool to me. It'd probably pay as well. Is this correct? This one's getting a bit weird now. This one's a little weird. So I grabbed the sound that I'm looking at now, which should be the oldest sound. It's possible that early on this could be null. Possible. Like say my anti-repeat count is 5, but I have 2 items in the list. So I'm going to keep adding it, and then I'm going to keep scanning forward until I get to the next one. Oh, I'd be scanning backwards. Right, so I am using... Wait, what am I... Wait. The list is always ordered such that forward is getting newer. Backward... Immediately one back is the most recent thing, and then they get older backwards. So I'd be looking forward through all the oldest stuff, gradually getting newer. Until I either reach my original position or starting here. One back. I worked on that bridge right there. Let me think about this. This can't be true immediately. This can't be false immediately, I should say. So I and start have to be different values. So I guess let me do start. Let me do like this. Start +1 to anti-repeat count. So sound is currently looking at the oldest sound. Start is going to be let me call it last. This is going to be an int. There's already a variable named last in this scope. Oh, there is. Alright, then I'm just using start. Okay, I'm just going to individually undo every letter. Okay, so start. Okay, actually, should just be this. And then we start at start. looking at, this is the oldest one. This one could be null. So I'm actually going to look at the one after that. We're going to start looking at the one after that. This one go down there. So while sound is null, I need to say sound is equal to repeat list I. And then I add 1. So what if the repeat list is 1? We start at 0. I add 1 to I. It wraps back to 0. Sound is null. Could be true, which would be ridiculous, but it could be true. And then I would be equal to start, so we stop immediately. So this means we get this one. Okay, that's good. So now we have 2 elements in our repeat list. Start is the one that we just read. I will be the one after that. The first one we just read is going to be null, so we set it to the next one. Then we add 1. So now I is right back to 0. Sound could be null, but then we're back at the start, which means we stop. And we return whatever sound is, which is the one after that. 3 elements now. Let's say that start is at 1. Okay? Starts at 1. We read that one, it's null. I is already pointing to 2, so sound is now here. Could be null again. I has been added to this one. I is still not the start. So we loop again, we set sound to this one. Then we add 1 to I, so I is now pointing at start, which is the original one that we read. So now sound could still be null, but I is now equal to start, so we stop. So what does this mean? If we go through that whole list and we loop, what are we left with? I guess we just always return sound, don't we? Yeah, so I guess just at this point we just return sound. But then I would do it like this, I think. So I set what we're currently looking at to sound. But I think actually what I want to do is... I think I don't even do that. I think I just increment... This is the oldest one, right? So I set it to whatever sound is, and then I add 1. So let's just for a second say that I have like 3, an anti-repeat of 3. We're going to say that this check is not here, and I only have 1 sound. So first one, we pick it, we put it in the list, we return it. Right, we'll just immediately pick it and return it. Second run, it's in the list. So we go through here. We find the next unused sound. That's going to fail. There's only going to be 1 item. This will be true instantly. So we're still left with that. We're not going to do this one because it'll be 0 plus 1 wraps back to 0. So we're done instantly. So now sound is pointing at repeat list is at 1. So we'd pull this one, which will be null. This will run through. It'll be null here on 3, and then we get 1. So this one's still pointing at 2. So we set 2, or I say 1. Second element, index 1, becomes both sounds. So now sound is at 1 and 2, and then repeat list is now pointing at 2. Repeat index is now value 2, element 3. Fails again. I think we run through the same exact process. Start is pointing here. We pull that one, it's going to be null. I goes up. We pull the next one. I goes up to here. Still the same. It's in the list. Actually, I guess what happens here is we get this one. This one's not null. So then we set that to 3, and now we have a repeat list that just contains the same sound 3 times. Okay, cool. I think this is all correct, although crazy, to be honest. Get next non-null sound. So when I'm going through sorted sounds, I do have to make sure that the value is not 0. So I want to respect 0 weight sounds. Do I have value anywhere? I guess I technically get it up there, but I actually don't want to do that because now I'm looking at the next one, so I will do, I guess I can just do the get. If choices get sound is equal to 0, it does not equal 0, and repeat list does not have it, then we can add it. Cool. And then at this point, we're only looking at the repeat list, so I don't need to worry about that. I should only put things in there that have non-zero. Although it would be definitely a weird thing if your repeat list is larger than the number of sounds that you have available, and one of those sounds was previously put in there, and it has since been set to 0. So I guess it's not respected in this case. Yeah, a lot of weird stuff could happen here, so I'm just gonna leave it. This is already pretty complicated, and if I've made a mistake, then that's gonna suck to fix, but it's likely that I've done that. Here, I can respect that. If it's been previously played, then I'm just gonna return the oldest sound, even if it's been set to 0 cents. I don't think I'm gonna use that feature very often, but who knows. I'll leave a note about it. Note: this no longer respects 0 weight sounds. That sounds like a crazy thing to worry about now. I am ignoring it. Yep, gonna be ignored there. And then we just return it. Could be null at this point. Maybe I'll go and say if sound is null at this point, which this should be impossible. So nud sound. It's only really possible if you have a null key. So maybe I do that check here. If sound is yeah, let me do this. Let me do a check here. Would be yeah, I'm gonna resize everything. And then I just Continue. So I can't put a null into sorted sounds. That will not happen. Never hurts to check. I think these should be marked as to do. I think some of these I have like for dev only remove later, but they're notes. They're notes instead. Oh well. Maybe by the time I get to releasing this game, Godot will have a way to remove code for release builds from GDScript. Is there a way to get the name of the current class? Actually, I think it doesn't really matter because when I do the push error, it creates a stack trace for me. Would it be self-get class? Said it was probably get class. Object get class. Variant. I'm trying to find object. Get class. Where's the object's built-in class name? This method ignores class name declarations. If this object script has defined a class name, the base built-in class name is returned instead. Cool. So, no, I can't do that. Anyway, like I said, it doesn't matter because I'm pretty sure when push error calls, it creates a stack trace and it points to this line. I was just thinking about if I change the name of this class, which I don't think I ever will, but if I did, then these would be wrong. Be able to pick a backup sound. Or anti-repeat. Actually, okay, so it's possible to be null here because of this. If I implement this later, then it's possible that this could be null at that point. Because I'd be like, okay, well, everything in my recently played is now 0, so I have to return null. So maybe this is not. I'll leave a second to do. If we respect weight counts from the repeat list, this should no longer be an error. Maybe a warning though. Okay. All right, so I think that's all set up now. I can pick a value. 3 seems like a fine value for me. Okay. Now with all that out of the way, you know, I'll go ahead and send this, I think. It's a lot of code. And then I can start working on the actual resource. Okay. He's always trying to invalid RIDs. Okay, I'll leave that. Actually, I'll go ahead and do... Be very careful when I write this. Restore staged. I'll add the README, and I will add... this one. Because these are both technically to-dos, so... Cool. Alright, now all of these. So I have choices and anti-repeat count. And that mess, not a mess, just a lot. The map is pretty simple. Okay. Add a dictionary and choice types for sound resource. Sound resource map. It's basically a dictionary for sounds by string name. Can access nested sounds with /. And then sound resource choice takes a random weighted sound and has an anti-repeat feature to avoid picking the same sound too frequently. Cool. Okay, now I can set up this resource, which is going to look crazy. It was already looking crazy before I even saved it. That was before I had like anything even in it. I think it's on 3D. And I can just do this because it's gonna be wild. Okay. So first one be grass. This will be another map. This will be walk, which will be a choice. 3 is fine. Sound resource. So much. I'll just do the first 10 for now. Right, loudness. Let me... Okay, so I gotta go back and look at this then. This is the part that gets a little bit annoying, I think. Maybe 40 is actually good. Is there anything here that's like talking or walking? I feel like rainfall is probably pretty close to the volume of a footstep. So maybe a little bit quieter than that. Like 40, 45. Quiet office. Electric toothbrush. Refrigerator. Let me say 45. Actually, grass should be a little bit quieter, right? I might even go extra crazy and set like, which one of these was it? One of these is like a stick breaking. I could go crazy and make that one like 5 decibels louder or something. 40 seems fine actually for grass. I think that's correct. I think 40 is right. Maybe I actually set it quieter. Alright, let's go 30. I know it says 30 is like a soft whisper. Maybe I say 35. 35. I don't think I need that. Here's one thing that I would like. It would be nice if it knew the parent that it was sitting under. And since it's sitting under choices... Oh, this isn't even variable. Oh, wait. Should I make these variable? Alright, this is probably where I make a resource for every one of these sounds. This is probably the time to do that. Otherwise, I think it's going to be... Alright. What do I do about this? What would possibly be nice is if I could sample the sound and compute a loudness from it and just have like a loudness offset. So instead I could just drag the sound in and I know it's already handled. Also, I feel like I have a problem where loudness, is multiplied with bass volume, which I think... Is that wrong? I can't change the volume of it here. Because maybe I say something sometime in the future, oh, you know, I feel like all my grass sounds are just a bit too loud, so let me turn them all down. It would be nice if I had that available like in the choice, right? I would have sound resource choice, and I would say loudness of everything together. I know I'm deliberately hiding that right now. I could bring it back. Maybe I should. This is difficult because what I don't want to do is I want to start saving resources and then reusing them somewhere else and then modifying them by mistake and modifying some other use of it. That's what I don't want to do. But what if I do actually want that? What if I do want to say, all right, everywhere that this sound effect is used, drop it. How would I do that? I guess if I really wanted to do that, I would go into the actual sound file and modify the original sound itself. Yeah. I guess that's what I would do. I just think this gets nuts. This is getting crazy very quickly, right? Okay, and I minimized it and it disappeared. That's dumb. Yeah, how do I make sure this is actually saving? I don't even know. Oh my god, it's deleting it as I go. This is so dumb. Wait, what? Size 0. What do you mean size 0? Oh, I have to click add. Oh my god, it's even worse. This is like borderline unusable. That's crazy. Dude, I can't work with this. That's insane. Oh my god. Why can't I... Why is this limited? What if I put this in the middle? Nope. Alright, so I don't have a good way to edit this at all, actually. I have a really terrible way to edit this. This is awful. You could go from... wait. Oh, never mind. I already did that. Are you porting your game to the Cell broadband engine? No. What is that? I actually don't even care. That's just... No. You're just trying to find ways to distract me. And I'm on to you. Oh, I can make it larger if I do that. I'm on to you. So walk is also going to be a sound map. It's actually not going to be a sound map. It's going to be a choice. Sound choice. And then I have choices here. Darn you. Can I not hide this middle window? I would love to do that. I want this over here. In fact, I would want this in the middle. That would be nice. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make these, I'm going to nest these a little bit and save some of these resources. So I'm going to save as, make unique first, you're stupid. Save as, yeah. Grass map, I don't know. Grass sound map. Cool. So now I can modify this here, and I have a big window again with choices. So I'll do, oh my gosh, I'll make this one its own thing again. Make unique first, make unique, save as. Grass walk choices. Awesome. Now I'm a bit less crazy. And I can change any of these to be variable if I really want them to. Actually, what happens if I change this to variable? It just obliterates it. Funny. Okay. Oh well. I guess I may as well make them variable. Actually, here was a thought I just had. What if I had the variable contains a sound resource with these options next to it? Then variable becomes a container where I call getStream, which will just call whatever it is on its container that it holds. Maybe it should be like that. That would break how I currently set up the other things. That would break it a little bit. 1984 can't do anything. Oh. That would break... Well, I was going to say it's going to break the sound for all the guns. I have one gun sound made. I feel like that actually gets too crazy, so I won't do that. Sound resource variable will just be like this, but have these options next to it at the same time. Okay. So yeah, you know what? I'm going to make them all variable for now. Because I'm sure I'm going to want them to be variable. And this can overlap doesn't really mean anything. Oh wait, that actually does mean something. Never mind. Actually, yeah, let me turn that off. That actually should be off. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be really. This is really suck. Oh well. Yeah, I think at some point. I mean, I can't even do that. I mean, that's. Do I need that? Do I really need that? Do I really need that? Because this is so terrible to build. This is awful right now. What I'm doing, like just the way that this works, is awful. I have to expand this out as big as I can, and then I get like half that size to modify this, and I can't read the sound. Like ideally, it would just say grass mono 2 or something. And then I would have, this would be like the full screen and I could pick it. I don't know. Maybe I couldn't do much better than Godot does. It's just, this part sucks. This part sucks where I'm like, what is this? Right? Like literally, what is this? Which one is this? It's footsteps walk grass mono 1. And then I have to go find that. I'll have to type it in here. Click it, and then I could listen to it. I guess what I could eventually do is actually make it a tool, and add a little play button, you know, like play sound. And it would just play the sound to master using whatever randomization it has. I could do that. I could do that. That would not be hard to do. And it wouldn't mess with anything. It would just be that like export tool button or whatever it was, that new type that they have. But this sucks. I cannot tell at all what I'm doing. I actually just can't. Is it 3 that had the stick break? Yeah, I'll make that one a little funny. Make it slightly louder. Um, 5 decibels would be... would that be like 1 here? I don't even know. Whatever. Whatever. Cannot overlap. Add. I'll just do 10 because this is super tedious and I hate it. A lot. And then I kind of have this issue where what if I want to bring this one down by 1 by bringing everything up by 1? have to go through everything else and click that. Let me even do that. Let me even start with like 5. And make this one slightly less frequent. Is this the one? 3? Yes. This is 4? Good. What does this one sound like? Cool. Did I... Okay, I've got that. Check Discord. Oh. I can't look at that right now. I will look at it later. Eight. This is 7. Or what does 8 sound like? Cool. You can, I allow you. I'm not. What does that sound like? Cool. You know, I'll do 12. I feel like 10 is not quite enough for variation. I'll do 2 more and go to 12. I'll go to 15. No, I'll go to 12. I'll do 12. What does it sound like? Okay. I just added 11, right? Yeah. So I'm doing 12. And this one sounds like what? Cool. Alright, 12 sounds. Anti-repeat count of 3. I hit save, and hopefully I don't lose any of this. I'm gonna click close, and okay, that disappeared. That's really scary. Choices? 12. Okay, cool. Alright, we're good. We're safe. Footsteps is missing that one. Grass sound map add. Save. So it leads to this one. I click edit to bring it up. Okay, I click edit to bring it up. Okay. I double click here to bring it up. Then I have walk, which contains choices, so I click that. And now I have all this. And this one's slightly less common. Cool. Let me make it 1. Alright, now I want to look at this here. You like get diff audio sound. I want to look at what these files look like. So footsteps default contains an external resource for sound, or for grass. Yeah, it's a sound map, dictionary. Which is weird that it says it's an external. Oh, it's of that type. 2KLMJC is the type of sound resource, which contains a mapping from grass to 3KLMJC, which is sound map, looks about the exact same. But it has walk, which leads to choices, and then we have choices. So these are all the sound resources individually. Right? They're all variable. And then there's a list. Cool. Okay. So I've got that set up. What I'm going to do, go back to code. And I'm going to go to player. And I'm going to have, I think kind of what, okay. I could do it for zombie and bind it to the animation, but I want to hear it myself first. So I believe my thought was, okay, that's done. That's sound groups. Yeah, I'm just gonna make it play first. I'm gonna update the to-do here. This will be okay. That's done, and now I'm gonna add it to player walk. May as well go ahead and add this. And then that one's done. I split that one and then completed it. I'm adding sound walk to player. Okay. I'm just going to say added 12 choices for grass walking, stick break, sound is less frequent and a bit louder. That's it. Okay. Now I want to listen to it. So my thought was for the player, I just have like an accumulator for distance, and when I reach a certain distance value, I play a sound. Right? So we go to the player scene, and I'll put this in here. And it will emanate from my feet, of course, because that's literally where the sound is. Positional audio player. Awesome. It's already at the feet. So I'll leave it there. And this will have footsteps default from me. And I'll leave it at 2. I'll do 3. We can play 3 sounds at a time. So the way that this will work is we'll go through this whole thing and count up every sound that I have. If it is a can overlap, it adds 1. Yeah, I think that's right. Let me double check that, because I think this might be calculated incorrectly right now. So yeah, let me actually do this. If sound and sound can overlap, I return 1. That's how this should be. Otherwise, it's at 0. And then I have 2 more container types that I just added, choice and map, so I have to make sure I handle those correctly. And yeah, this one should use iteration instead of recursion, but recursion's fine for now. I'm never gonna make something so deeply nested unless I have a loop. A loop is possible, actually. That would be a mistake though, and I would prefer to do that. Otherwise that would just be infinite recursion. It would never break the stack. It would just keep looping forever, and the game would just appear to freeze. If I allow it recursion, then I will eventually break the stack, assuming this language runs that way, and I can overflow the stack. Then a loop here would break that. Okay. I could detect it though, somewhere. I think the idea is you have like a list of nodes you've seen, and then you have a list of nodes to check. So you start with your check node just being sound resource. If it's a layered, then you go through this and you add every layer to the checklist. You add scene, you add sound to the scene list, and then you remove it from the checklist. Or I guess the first thing you would do is you would remove the thing you're checking, and then you would add it to the scene list. And then you would go through everything here, comparing it to the scene list, in case something contains itself. Let me go and do that, honestly. Let me go ahead and rewrite that. May as well. Okay. While is empty. Actually, no, I think that still returns variant, so pop back. Removes and returns the last element. Turns null if the array is empty without generating an error. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, now all this is nested. And I can just do a count out here. One sec. I'm back. Oh, he is about to start barking again, isn't he? People walking by. And he's barking at the same people again. Okay. Oh, he ran off. Alright. So yeah. This strategy here, I just count up everything using a checklist and a scene list. And if my check is in the scene list, then I have a problem. I had it there. Essentially, the first time this runs, the thing is I can't add anything to check if it exists in scene. That's what I'm doing. So the first time this runs, I already know for a fact that my scene is an empty array and my check is this element only. So yeah. If res is an instance of resource layered, and make sure sound is not written anywhere. Okay. I guess if that fails, I just write continue instead of return. If we don't have a layer, we continue. Otherwise, if layer is in scene, is it possible to have an endless nesting? I guess it would be a problem if you have a map. You have a choice of one that leads to a choice of one, which leads back to the original one, or just a choice that leads to itself. Which I'm not even sure if that's possible. I guess you can write that. That's weird though. So actually, I'm just gonna say if I find something in scene, if scene has a layer, I'm gonna call it an error instantly, and say what is this called? Self-reference. Res name, resource name. And I guess it just returns 0 at that point. If scene has it, then I error immediately. Otherwise, I can do check append append that layer and leave it there. And I can write continue at the bottom. This to-do goes up there. And then down here, I would say regular value. Yeah, just regular resource. Add one if it can overlap. Cool. If we have a sound resource choice, it'll be pretty similar. Something like this. I guess we'll call it option. And this one should have a value to return that. And I just return choices, keys. Very simple. It's too early, right? Not yet. Actually, I think I need to take them out. Where was that? Where was that? Here. Get sounds. Node option continue. And then if scene has option, this changes. Choice. Cool. And then check append option. And then continue. Okay. I will be right back. Gonna take the dog out. I'm back. Okay. And then I have the map, which is going to be its keys. Oh wait, resource choice. Choices are by keys. Map is by value. Right. Right, sun map is a name to resource. Good. Okay. Maybe we should sort this alphabetically. Already copied it. Or yeah, I guess option still works. In the map, res.resource name, which this is already a string, right? So I actually don't need to wrap it like that. Here we go. Yeah, let me do this alphabetically. I like that. There we go. Now choices up there, layers down here, map, and then otherwise it's just normal. Okay. Then count always increments by 1 if we reach the very bottom and it can overlap. Then we add 1. Cool. Is that a change on its own to send? Probably is. Yeah. So I'm updating, calculate that. And then I added get sounds to those. Okay. Ooh, sorry, flashbang. Calculate, yeah. Added new type sound resource container. I gotta turn my light on. It's getting dark. And then open the window. Back up. All right. Will I be able to go 4 more hours? Not the whole time. I think I'm going to stop around 8 or 9, somewhere in there. Choice map, type resource container. calculation, be factored, use iterative approach instead of recursion, and block self-reference chains and resources. Okay, and then added get sounds with an S methods to new containers. Cool. And I think I do recursion for play sound. Yeah. So I shouldn't do that. Well, this one's a bit more difficult because I actually do have data that changes on each call. So that one is kind of difficult. Also, wait, how do I tell it? I guess I wouldn't call like play sound, would I? Oh, wait. No, that's fine. The loudness is the one that really matters the most. Wait, what? What's going on here? Well, I call play sound and then I bind. Okay, so I can't really just put the sound map on here. That one doesn't really work. So I think what I need then is to have a separate play method that is like that takes a string. And that way I can pick from a map correctly. Yeah. Update sound. Huh. So how was I doing loading before? If I have a layered sound, I go through each one of those and I call play. Oh, does update sound load them? It does. It calls load sound. Okay. This one can be an iterative approach as well. All right, let me just go through those and slowly get them put in there. This one can also be iterative. Very similar. I guess I could say here, if not, turn 0. Okay. And this will be pretty similar without the return. Maybe what I should do is something like a for each sound instead. So I give a callable, and that callable will be called with only these normal types, and then they do something. But I feel like that doesn't work. How do lambdas work? If I wrote a function that was like this, if I wrote that, what does this do? Reassigning lambda capture does not modify. Okay, so it tells me it doesn't. So how do I capture that? Confusable capture reassignment. What if I wanted it to actually modify this value? What would I do? This can't return anything. And it can't accept anything. Actually, it would accept, like, it would accept sound resource. Right. But for now, I'm just gonna leave that out. So, how could I do that? Ooh, flashbang. Godot modify variable inside lambda. Where is it? Where is it? Functions? Lambda functions. I guess what it could do is it could accept two parameters. It accepts the result of the previous call. It accepts the resource and then the result of the last call. The return value from the last call. I guess you could do that. Go sleep. I'm not. Local variables are captured by value once. Won't be updated if reassigned in the outer function. Right. Cannot reassign an outer local variable. Print 42, print hello, print 42. If you use passed by reference data types, arrays, dictionaries, and objects, content changes are shared until you reassign the variable. Right. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. So yeah, let me write this as its own function, because it really should be at this point, because I'm going to be doing this like literally 3 times. No joke, 3 times. Calculate here for loading sound, and then for playing sound. I'll do for each sound. Actually, no, not in that case. But this one I definitely want to have the load and this one use the same function because they can. This could even be like usable from the outside. Iterates through all sounds and runs lambda with each basic sound resource or sound resource variable. The function is passed to parameters. The current sound and the last returned value. For the first call, the initial value is simply null. Okay. And then returns the last return value of the lambda. Other way around, lambda. Shadow the Hedgehog? What? Dude. Dude. Just dude. So I have scene. So it'll just be sound. The value is null. While check is not empty, go through each one of these. I would just return immediately. I guess if I say return without a value, then it's null by default, so. Okay, then down here, regular resource. Value equals lambda all res value. Return value. Cool. Now this drops away. And I can do count is equal to for each sound. Then value, which has no type. Well, actually, I guess I can pass in an initial value. Which will just be null. For the first call, the initial value is passed. Returns the last return value of the lambda. Cool. So I know this is an int, and maybe I do maybe I do the initial value first. but it cannot have a default. Start at 0, value int. Cool, very nice. Then I would do return account. Cool. Okay, awesome. Very nice. So now in load sound, I would literally just be doing this for each sound. Expected a parameter name. I don't know. Unused. Just call load stream async on everything. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't even use this now. So this should just be called load sounds. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I should. I can make this static. Cool. And then ignore that. Nice. Okay, now I don't undo. Stop. What was I doing? Bring this one back. Cool. And honestly, I'll just do this. I won't mess around with storing a value there. Okay. So the other ones stay the same. Load sound and calculate now use the same method. Very cool. I don't have to write it twice. And then so my thought for doing, okay, maybe I won't use that for playing sound. I would just set the sound that I want to play and then call play, because then that would cause it to load for me when I set it. And I could be preemptive about it. I could, on initialization, pick the next sound to play And then, actually, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I could just call positional audio player load sound. This is also a static method, so these could actually be static too. They should be static. Cool. So I could do positional audio player load sound to load it. So then we have it loaded. And I would just say load sound footsteps default, and it would load everything. Okay. But I will clear that, and I will just name it. It'll have a name here. The groups will be, let's say, actually, yeah, how does this group thing work? I don't have to make real groups, right? I can just type in whatever I want. These aren't using real groups ever, right? Yeah, they're not. Cool. Ugh. I was thinking I need to do something like sound, player move, but I don't need that. So I could just say, let me do character move and player move. So the idea there is that maybe some zombies are aware of specifically player moving. So those are the zombies that maybe like you walk near and they turn to face you. Other zombies, they just hear movement and they don't care. Or maybe I even do it like this, where I say, if they're hearing movement, they start ignoring movement. So if you're like walking up to a bunch of zombies and they're all hearing each other move, they're just gonna kind of ignore you, right? But if you walk up to one zombie and maybe he's sensitive to hearing you, then he might turn around to face you. I don't know. I'm just setting it up like that for now. I feel like that works. So I have polyphony 3. I think I should be able to play 3 different walk sounds at once. Like, looking at the length of these, like a half second each. So I could have a full second and a half. I guess like a full second of walking. Maybe 3 is not enough. I'll say 4. Plus a jump. I guess my thought is like, what happens if you're like running, you go through a bush and you jump at the same time. Maybe we have 3 footsteps, the jump, and the bush. So I guess that actually becomes 5. Right. Okay. Now, I think we'll name this to move sounds. Make it a unique node or a unique name. And then I think player is going to need, okay, here's the thing. Character base handles physical movement. What should I do for sound? Should I just code it in everything? I don't even know how I would abstract that. Because the zombie is going to be tied to animation. And I guess also motion. Like if I add a bush, you know, you walk into the bush at a high speed, you play like a loud bush noise or whatever. I don't know. All right. I think I moved this to character base. I think I actually should put this on character base. But make it method only. Like how movement is. It's method only. So I had this do jump method here, which just literally sets a Boolean value. So I would have a method like, maybe I have something like play footstep, play jump start, play jump land sounds. I guess it'd be like play sound, and I would have a path to that. And this would manage, this would hold like that base sound resource that it uses. When it initializes, it loads everything. When you call it, it applies that to the positional sound node that exists, should exist. I think it has something up here. Maybe not. Maybe I just provide. Oh no, we have this. Okay, so I do this. I do that. Also, these still inherit character base, so I guess I should put this on character base, shouldn't I? I don't know. This character base thing has kind of been a problem for me before. Definitely been a problem for me before. And it's really just to enforce that I have this collision shape 3D called Collider. I would honestly really like to just get rid of that and not have that at all. And not even do it on ready. Just straight up have a Collider collision shape 3D and just expect that when I initialize, I provide the Collider, the collision shape 3D that I want it to be using. Because I think that's literally all I do. I've done it before where I deleted that. Okay. Why did it not work when I deleted that before? I think it didn't work. There was a reason this didn't work. Right, I know now. It's because... yeah. It's because I lose this character base. Do I? Wait, do I? Because this type, player type, this object, would have a type of player. Maybe I'll look at doing this again, and if it fails again, then, you know, it fails and I undo it. Alright, how clean am I? Okay, I moved some of this stuff around. We now accept the sound resource, and I do that. And these are all just returns, and we call the lambda. Okay, cool. I will send that. Add for each method or iterating sounds. Yeah. Move code to a for each type method that accepts a base sound node, initial value, and callable lambda. Convert load sound and is it load sounds or load sound? Jeez, can I find it? Just load sound. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna go and get dinner here. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm back. And I don't have a dinner break text. So, actually, can I change it? I could. Should be safe, right? Maybe? Yeah, seems fine. It's not quite the same because the horizontal isn't matched up, so it's actually missing some letters sometimes. Like the N is just totally gone right now. Okay, that's good though. Alright, well, yep, I've got food, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna go and turn down the brightness of my screens now. It is now dark. Hi, Yulia. I am eating now. I saw this already. Whoops. I just opened it right away. Hope you didn't send me something crazy. Oh yeah. Yeah, everyone's seen this. But I'll play it anyway. I remember people were trying to figure out if this was actually recorded or if it was gameplay, or if it was like...
Shots fired!
Whatever.
Shots fired!
It was hard to believe it was real. It's already released, right? Oh, this one's not out? That's crazy. I thought this is the one that released. I remember seeing... I remember seeing someone doing like, it was just like an arena thing. Like you walk into an area, you kill everybody, and then you win the round and you keep playing that. And you had drones. Different games, it's crazy.
Where the fuck is Oscar?
Maybe this one was fake then, if it's not out yet. I think it's ridiculous. I think 2 years for that. Because I would say that that was gameplay and it was already like the movement, everything was like done. They just had to like build content for it. What is this? Body cam. Yeah. This is the one that released. I thought they were the same game. I thought these were the same game. Like, I thought this was the game. I thought that was on record.
Guys, we're being spotted.
Why are they on Dust 2? That's so funny. That is so funny. I had not seen this. That was Nuketown, wasn't it? It's Nuketown. That's a mannequin up there. Oh my god. That's a mannequin. This is Nuketown. I mean, at least they changed it a little bit. Dust 2 was just straight up scanned straight in. Yeah, that's this map with the staircases. Is this the same? Is this? Because I saw, I think, maybe 30 minutes of gameplay of this however long ago. I just remember this, like, the staircase was the map that they were on. God should sue. That's probably why. They can't, Valve wouldn't do it, but COD would, so they had to make it a little bit different. Cool though. Maybe maybe these guys got really unlucky and they were making the same game at the same time and body cam was just done enough. I'm assuming that it was unrecord first and then body cam released shortly after that. Is that right? Of the unrecorded game teased last year. Okay, so they're actually quite far apart. If he says last year. I was thinking that two people or two studios were working on the same, pretty much the same exact type of game at the same time, which I feel like if there's any category, it would be a first-person body cam shooter. I feel like that'd be a very... That'd definitely be the type of game that would be made twice at about the same time. So I was just thinking that they were being made around the same time, and then body cam was further ahead, so they released like ASAP as soon as they could. And then unrecord is like, oh, well now we got to make ours even better than it already is. What does a Steam page look like? Same trailer. Different location. Damn. They got nothing. Nothing. Here's game to lower your expectations. It's offline and I played it. All right. You had a few lined up. I immediately thought this was Gus. It's not Gus. This is not Gus from Breaking Bad. Dystopian cyberpunk world. Neo, what in the heck? $20.87. That's Max Payne of Duty. $20.77. Deus Ex Matrix. Okay. Yeah. I would avoid this game just because of the title. I don't care how good it is. I don't think this should be acceptable at all. Literally just the title. Unless this is like a super parody game and it's really goofy and meant to be funny and super unserious, then like we're Yankovic type game production, then okay, that's fine. But I'm gonna assume that it's serious and it's not a joke. Yeah. I'm assuming that it's serious.
Did you know that black holes are extremely dense objects with such strong gravitational force that nothing can escape them?
This is what I think of that line right there.
You know.
So there were no science teachers or math teachers that had any influence on
There will be no math on this show. So
maybe by the end you'll be good at it.
I know. And then, is math related to science?
Math is the language.
That's
is
the
math
type.
related to science?
That is the type of line that this was. That's exactly the
Not
type.
even light.
I think everyone knows what a black hole is.
Yeah, likewise.
Anyone who's playing a video game knows what a black hole is.
You ever wonder if we're the ones pulling the strings? Or just living inside someone else's dream? Do you know what I'm talking about?
This has got to be a joke, right? This guy, this is, oh my god, this is, now I know what he is. This is, dude, no. Morpheus? Morpheus. Is that the name? This is Morpheus, dude. Are we serious? Morbius is something else. This guy, before I even saw him, I was looking down. I didn't even see what was on the screen. I was just hearing what he was saying, and I'm like, this guy is.
Wonder if we're the ones pulling the strings? Or just living inside someone else's dream? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Even if this is a simulation, the pain still feels real.
Neo Berlin, what do I really know about?
The pain still feels real.
It's got to be a joke. It's got to be a joke. Right? It's got to be a joke. You know what? You know what I hope? I hope this is a totally fake game and they're just doing it to like demonstrate how easy it is to scam investors into a fake into backing a fake game. And they're just making their trailer as obviously parody of literally every media, every popular media thing. I'm borderline waiting for Pulp Fiction to show up in here.
Neo Berlin, what do I really know about it? She's like you. She needs your help.
I followed every thread, reconstructed memories. None of it fits.
You think you're solving the case. This is so much bigger. What if the case is you?
The world only works with order. Without order, chaos breaks out. It's out of balance and we must restore it. Do you understand that, Nolan?
Yes.
Okay, but why is there scripted gameplay having the AI just run past the player?
Nolan, what have you done? Nolan, what have you done? Nolan, what have you done?
Why does it just feel like he's not actually saying that? Maybe it's just because of the shape of his mouth. The way he's talking makes me think he's like in like serious distress, but then the actual emotion of the words aren't matching. Like I feel like this is like edge of crying, almost. Facial expression.
Nolan.
Or like really upset yelling at you. This guy is distraught.
What have you done?
But it's just delivered not like that at all. Usually you do that for like something cool. That was just super lame. That was so lame. That's the best thing they had in the game at that point. The best thing they had in the game was this. Look at him come to a full stop, and this guy stops and like spins away from you to like line up for the assassination. Like look at him. He's like looking at you, and then he like, it's like, oh, assassination time. Come on. Come on. Come on. Max Payne of Dooney 2077 Deus Ex Matrix. Yeah. This guy there, you didn't mentioning it too. That's the best thing they had in the game at the time, was that assassination. Literally an explosion. Just literally play a rendered cutscene of a guy jumping out of a building when it explodes. Like just Like they have to do that in this game, right? That has to happen in this game. There's definitely a shot where you jump out of a building and you spin around and you're two-handing akimbo pistols, blasting at a guy who's falling after you while the building explodes, just like in the Matrix. Right, that has to happen. They must do that in this game. Max Payne of Duty 2077. Great name. Oh no, I'm still eating. How do you... How are there so many? How are there so many... anything? Motra? Morta? Morta? All right, that was risky. I think every AAA studio just needs to fire their marketing team and just let the devs make the trailer. Not even any management oversight. Just, hey, you made the level? All right. Give me some gameplay. Oh, you did the assassination? All right. I need a clip of that. They would save money and they would have better trailers. Because, I mean, you can just, I mean, obviously every indie game, it's the dev making the trailer, right? Or maybe they get gameplay and they give it to some editor and then the editor does it. Like, I don't know, this is really gameplay. He's just walking around. But, like, that's even more than... That's more than, like, any studio does. Everything is scripted. When I said it wasn't gameplay, I meant just more like the actual content wasn't gameplay, but it was like recorded in game of him just walking around. Non-linear. Those look cool. I was about to pause on that. Really reminds me of like, it doesn't look like this at all, but just what I'm thinking of is this when I played Elder Scrolls Morrowind. Somehow this just makes me think of that. Not super low poly. Honestly, I'm still not. I don't have. I probably need to figure it out sooner than later. I have no art direction except for pixelated textures. That's all I've got so far. And looking like the natural world from a distance. There's one game. I don't remember the name of it. I just know who uploaded it, so I gotta look this up. I gotta go find them. Voices of the Void.
Welcome.
Let me wait till it's like daytime. And he's outside. Okay, it's daytime, but he's inside. Wait, when does he go outside?
Beautiful outside.
Okay, well, I guess like this. Just cut this out. Remove the dishes. This is kind of what I have in my mind. Not so much grass, though. I'm not sure about grass yet. I guess it will be forest, so I would need a lot of grass. But not that much, I think. No, not Firewatch. You can see on the side the pixelation level that they have. This little post here.
Buddy in the bushes.
Maybe I
I got
can
my buddy out
play it
front,
forward a
and
little
I've
bit.
got nobody around, and it's beautiful outside. It's gorgeous. Very nice.
You can really see it here. I did just notice it's a bit inconsistent. This text on the wall is really high detail, and these like 20 by 20 size pixels. Those are very large, very expanded textures. But I think I've had the look of this in my mind when.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to figure it out at some point. Like I said, I don't really have an art style. Looking for an amazing game show, but I lost it. Something like this, but darker. Or less dark. That's exactly what I meant by I want to play something different for once. I'm dying. Overwatch. I almost died. Sometimes I just get this like sudden cough that is really intense. Like borderline I actually have no idea at all. I'm just making this up, but borderline asthma almost. I can't breathe anymore and I'm just coughing. Definitely not related to eating. It has happened more often than not to me when I'm just sitting there doing actually nothing at all. I can feel it because it's definitely when I swallow somehow. I think it's about there because sometimes I can feel it is about to start, and sometimes I'm able to stop it. I don't know how I did it, but I did it once where I stopped it before it became a cough. I think just bad genetics, maybe. This was really cool. I could not say anything during the whole thing of it, but this was really cool. Like right in the middle. I would love to have this, but I have no clue how to have this. Is it some like anti-aliasing or something? Or is it just like no anti-aliasing and you get this result? I guess that's all it is, right? They just turn off aliasing completely. So textures are drawn directly. You don't have any faded half transparent pixels Actually, I want to look at this explosion again. I could go frame by frame through that one to see it. I can't tell. It looks, I mean, I'm assuming it's just fading to black, and black is transparent, is probably what's happening there. Something technically has a little bit, but I guess an explosion would look pretty bad if it didn't have, if it was totally on or totally off. Yeah, it's definitely got to be like a fade to black, and then black is transparent. I will say, I guess it's cool, but I don't think I like it. I don't know how easy it is to see on stream, but they have this dither pattern across the whole screen. Or maybe it's just for, maybe that's just actually fog. Actually, I'm not sure. Because I feel like I don't see it down here, but then I see it really strongly up here. That might just be depth. So yeah, it's probably just fog. I mean, I still don't really like it, but... Yeah, it's got to be a depth thing. It's got to be fog. Or not depth, but tied to fog. I mean, this is really cool. I wanted to bring the gun scope out again. That was a cool effect. But where was the scope? Was it this late? Did I miss it? I think it's soon. That scope. That's pretty cool. I can see it moving. I can see its curve too. They do a little bit of a fisheye on it. You can see okay, there technically is some aliasing here. You see the texture curving. So at the very least the scope has, the reticle has curve on it. Maybe what I have to do for the scoped rifle is turn off auto aim, the automatic aiming when you're scoped in. That's probably what I have to do. I was just thinking about that. I mean, obviously because I'm staring at this scope thing, but this is cool. I didn't even notice it was noised. That's cool. Scan lines and noise. Yeah, that might be a bit too much. Yeah, here, okay. So here they definitely are doing something different. This is not fog anymore. Or it's just a different stencil pattern. Like I said, I have no idea how well it goes through stream, but here it's diamond shaped. Diamond shaped. And here it's square. It's vertical and horizontal lines with bright spots. Hey, no, come here. You're okay. No, you're good. You stay. You stay. Stay. Is that still just fog? It looks, in motion, it looks like it's in front, too. But it's not. Now it's in front of him. But there's also definitely fog in front of him. And there's both diamond and square. I'm super confused now. I was wondering if this was a full screen effect. I guess it's not. Yeah, see diamond. But then the square. I'm so confused. This is all square. No diamond. Square. Diamond. And then I see square in the corners. I'm so confused. I can't tell what's going on. It's pretty cool though. I will exist, John Decay. Yeah. MGS graphics. I was kind of thinking that, but I didn't want to say it. The robots really made me think it. Alright, I finished. I'm gonna put my plate away and I'll be right back. I'm back. Hope the last game actually comes out like that. Oh. I mean, I guess you're right. It wasn't actually gameplay, was it? Well, actually, they did have like 1 second where they showed their inventory system. I don't remember where they showed it, though. It was right here. I mean, if I wanted to super analyze it, I could check if this was added in post or not, but this looks... I mean, it would literally just be easier to actually do this in the game. I mean, it looks good. It doesn't look like it's... like it's fake. I mean, like it's set up, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's like 100% scripted. It's definitely not that gameplay reveal, that one trailer that was just fully scripted, no human input at any point. Okay. Where am I at here right now? Okay, I was thinking about going ahead and pulling out this entire this character-based scene. I don't know. I don't really like instancing like that. I feel like that's bad. I think the reason that I tried it before and I couldn't do it because player couldn't extend character base, or it was like this node was extending. I don't know, it was weird. Well, it was definitely some kind of inheritance, some like dumb inheritance thing that was happening. I would even say it was like bugged, like a bug. Yeah, like I could clear inheritance here. All right, am I? All right, let me restore player. Reload. And I want to clear inheritance. Clear. Then I would hit save, I guess, and close, and then reopen it, and that gold thing should go away. Okay. It's gone. So now this type is type player. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. And then if I open the script, everything should, this player should just work exactly the same. Nothing should change. That should have done nothing. Now it's possible that it didn't. Let me see if he chases me. Okay. It might have been zombie. Zombie might have been a problem when I cleared that one. Okay. Doesn't seem like anything is broken. Rip again, zombie. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's, didn't break anything there. Footsteps yet? Nope. But I wanted to break that off because I don't like how this is being done right now. Okay, so player worked. Now to do zombie, and I'm going to turn on spawning as well. Very close. Okay. Clear inheritance. That's all I'm doing. Do I hit save? Okay. They say no undo, but apparently I undid it. So first person driving the cool way? Yeah. The gun just stays there on the screen. I still am like actually confused on why the gun stays on the screen. The gun is attached to the player, and I hide the player. So somehow it just doesn't care. Somehow it shows anyway. No way I actually have to like submit it because of all this stupid stuff. The clearing inheritance breaks collision. Is that what happened? I did it on myself and I was still walking. I guess unfortunately I have to submit almost everything here because it's just... I'm not going to go through all that. I'm just going to accept it. Whatever. I mean, most of it actually is the inheritance stuff. Yeah, most of this actually was inheritance. Very little of this was actually rotation. Like a couple of the bones. Okay. That might have been, yeah, that is what happened, isn't it? I cleared that and the zombies were falling through the map. I know at some point they were doing that. This freaking thing opening all this stupid files again. I still don't understand what exactly happens, why I clear it. All I know is I import stuff from Blender, I clear it to edit. Yeah. I mean, it depends on the way that you do it. Wait, where's the shot? I wanted the shotgun. I picked up every weapon but the shotgun. No more bullets. Nice. So funny. I'm so happy with the ragdolls. They're awesome. Nope. So cool. I mean, I think they're not complete yet. Different emit? No. It gets the current. Jeez, that was funny. It reads the current frame and the next frame, and it computes a velocity of each bone, and it plays that velocity. So essentially, it's like his whole body just goes limp at once. And the animation that he was playing still tracks. Really what it should do is, depending on which part of the body, it plays the animation a little bit longer, like a headshot. I mean, maybe not a headshot. I guess like a torso shot. Maybe they take like maybe they play their animation long enough for like one more step. A headshot would just be exactly how it is, I think. They just go fully limp. Legs. I mean, if I hit his hand, yeah, his hand goes flying. And then, yeah, and then it applies the impulse to the impulse to the body. To the part of the body that it hit. I hit him somehow. Wow. Stop. I have no idea what the sprint is doing. Alright, where was I? I cleared inheritance. Yay. So what I want to do, now that I've done that, is modify these scripts so that character base does not do this. This is bad. That's bad. That's not good. That's really bad. So I will do a method called oh, look at that sight collider shape. Where's that called? Oh, right. I feel like this is also stupid. I feel like this is really stupid. I click here, and I set the collider shape here. I feel like that's stupid. That just shouldn't be there. So collider shape, where is that used? Just to set that, and that's it. Yeah, so I don't want that. It should still be attached, but I should just be able to like delete these lines here. Then collider. Why do we scroll here? What collider? Okay, it was just being weird. It just forgets to actually show it sometimes. Okay, so collider is used literally nowhere. Why? Huh. What? No. Someone uses collider. Someone uses this. Who uses this? Okay, well, I'm just gonna comment it out and see where the bug is. I'm sure something uses this. Something must use this. There we go. Okay, that's who uses it. It's so that I can turn that off when we run. So collider is not, I think. Okay, let me say this. And just do that. Right, okay. So now zombie still gets this. But what I have to do is in close. Be very careful I don't click close other tabs because then I would be upset. Okay. So now I have a collider, but now up here, what I have to do is I have to say in on ready. I would just do collider equals collider, right? That. I mean, that's not the best, but, you know, at least now I'm setting it inside of zombie. Instead of requiring this node exist to work with character base. Now if we run, everything is the same. I can walk around, the zombies are standing. Cool. And I can walk over him. Nice. Nice. Those collide correctly. Nice. Huge. Okay. Okay. Right. And I guess I need to click these to make sure they're correct still. Collider's gone from there. Good. Collider's gone. Open the seed. Collider's still there. Oh. Cool. Good. All right. I literally hit save and it still did it anyway. Keeps adding environment. Delete collider shape. Change collider to just a regular value. Don't set it there. Get rid of that. Just set it in player. Player scene no longer has this. Nice. No more inheritance. Say character body 3D type. Using script player. Cool. All that index stuff goes away. There's got to be some leftover from like inheritance, like some old thing that for some reason inheritance just starts adding indexes to everything. Because it seems like it's not correct. Yeah. I'm just sending it all. I really don't like how much like random bone rotation was in there, but still something I can't haven't figured out, haven't solved yet. But it's not like I'm relying on it on any of that for anything. Oh, and now that wait, now that I have it, whoops. Yeah, stop it. Stop it. Now that I have that gone, I can just delete the scene. No more. This might have been what broke it somehow. That could have somehow been what breaks it. Is specifically deleting that. Well, they're standing. All right. They are not falling through the world. Sweet. This might be a little too accurate. Maybe a little. Okay. Inheritance cleared. No more silly stuff. Inheritance. Okay. Remove character base scene and clear scene inheritance of player and zombie, and remove collision shape resource thing, and move collider setting to extended classes instead of the base script using an on. Also, I don't think I should type on ready because I think that tags people when I write that. So then on ready, what is it? Attribute. Cool. That was just like kind of a random thing, but I really needed to get rid of that. That's been an issue for me for a while. Okay. So now I do want character base to have some way to, I guess I just wanted to have the methods, right? I just want to assign like a movement resource, and I can access that from player and zombie, and I would just call methods on character base to play the sounds. Yeah, something like that. Well, it is getting close to 8 o'clock. I think that was the time I was planning to stop. So I think I'll leave it there for tonight. Feel pretty good though. I don't feel like I'm particularly tired. Not like I normally get when I actually do like a full day. I don't know. I slept in. Maybe that's what it was. Alright. That's gonna be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow at an earlier time. Till 6. My time. Yeah. Alright. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.